Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about. So I just want to welcome you to the show.
Thank you,
very
Jack.
much.
I'm so
Pleasure to have
thankful.
you here. So tell us a little bit about your background and the work that you do.
Yes, my name is Fia Johansson, as you said, and I'm a clinical hypnotherapist, and I hijack the subconscious mind, or basically I say that subconscious mind surgeon.
I love that, subconscious brain surgeon.
Yes, exactly. And also, I'm helping police officers and private investigators, law enforcement, to finding missing people, helping them with the murder cases and individual cases that come to me from people. Mm-hmm. So all my life, I find my purpose to helping others. And it was easy. I mean, as long as I know I exist, I have to help others. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't matter how. And the funny part, they found me. I never go after anybody. They found me, they asked me, and I'm helping them as much as I can.
That's beautiful. Now, when did you realize you were psychic?
I was 7.5. So a friend of mine was in my house, and they wanted back home, they want to go home, and I just said, no, please don't go. And my grandma says, they had to. I says, no, please, because I feel incensed that if your guy is going, then there is going to be a car crash. So they both kind of like, just come on, stop it, it's nothing going to happen. Just, she just want to let the friend stay. So my mom was like, okay, just go to your room, have fun, nothing is going to happen. 2 hours later, they phoned us and says, well, unfortunately, they had a car crash. Nothing bad had happened to them, but they had a car crash and they was in the hospital. So from there, my mom said, gosh, I should be scared. I was like, wow, I don't even know why I even said that, and why when I said that, things happened. And I never been normal. Like as a child, I always could feel, sense. I always been afraid of dark. I always felt that when I'm actually in the dark, or actually in the dark room, I felt the heat, connection, kind of sense of somebody touching or trying to communicate with me in a very proper way, but in a way that if I could actually tell everybody, everybody could say, you're crazy, you're getting crazy. Oh my God, take this lady to the doctor, or little girl to the doctor. But then later on, when I was at the age of 14, I started to realize that, I may be an empath. Mm-hmm. Or maybe why, when every single person actually dying, people communicating with me after they are dying. So what's wrong with me? What's wrong with them? So then I studied about medium and mediumship. And I moved from my country to Stockholm. And let's just say about that stories. Well, my career started from there. It was October 6, 1999. It was almost minus 30 degrees, super cold. And it was just about 2 weeks that I moved from my country to Stockholm. I couldn't speak English. I couldn't speak Swedish. I just could speak Persian and a little of Italian. I went to the grocery store and I saw like, somebody is just running behind and with the gun in hand. I was like, is it correct? That was the gun? What was it? So I saw that all of a sudden shooting, and also the police officers and a lot of people get into the stores. And as I do remember, I stopped the cops to not following and going through the place that he wanted to. And he trying to push me away. So it's like, don't stop me, I have to go. And I was like, no, don't, because he can kill you. And I don't even know how I told him that he could understood what I meant by don't, you're going to be killed. I stopped him, so I hold him like that. I do remember that. I was like little, tiny, just was cold, but I felt like I have to stop him. However, my career started from there. They understood that if I couldn't really realize and replace that person that was behind the wall, then the officer could be killed very easily in the head. Mm-hmm. So from there, they asked me a question, how you stopped the officer? How did you know that this guy was hiding behind the door and the wall? And I told them, well, that was my life and my stories and everything. So then they said, you know what, we need you, and you should just be part of us. I was just 14, I was just like a teenager.
13.
Yeah, and they've been super excited, they've been amazed by everything that I did so far for them, and I started working with them until I moved to America. So I'm still working with them on the phone. So if they have cases, they're calling me, they're telling me. And there's a large of clients of mine that they're calling me from everywhere, from Australia, you know, London, Canada, whatever. And that's why I developed the Avid Advice platform for myself to let people talk to me and communicate with me about their problems. But right now, my most amazing, better say, gift that I have is about finding missing people, helping officers and investigators to solving their cases.
Fascinating, fascinating. I'm curious, most people, if you were to survey the average American, would say they don't believe in psychics, they don't believe in mediums. Well, when you were growing up, was that an issue for you?
As I said, mine was always word of mouth. So I mean, every single person who actually came to me first, they've been non-believer until they see something with their own eyes. Mm-hmm. Mostly, as you know, like officers, private investigators, they are not really logical. They're kind of more logical, not biological.
Right.
And when a psychic or medium telling them don't do, it's kind of hard for them to accept from the beginning until actually they know that, oh, she knows what she's talking about. Mm-hmm. So for me, it was hard until they start to believe in, oh, she does. 2 years ago, I found a missing pilot, the black box of the missing pilot. Coast Guard communicated with me and says, like, we are looking for that missing pilots, and the instructor, can you help us? I said, you are guys close by to the ocean, and it's just not the right place because I can hear what he's telling me exactly where he is right now. And they said, what we should do now is to send a helicopter, and I will guide you guys where to go. And we found the black box, and LAPD confirmed that, Coast Guard confirmed that was from the same flight. And I was in NBC News, and then after that, people just starting to call and communicate more, so that's why I developed Avid Advice, for them to communicate more then, yeah.
Sophia, your success has obviously been amazing. You've been on television, you're solving problems for everybody, including law enforcement, and doing what would often be considered miraculous things. What do you attribute your amazing success to?
Believe in myself, believe in my abilities, knowing my market. I always telling to everyone, because I am helping people to develop their businesses as well. It doesn't matter what type of businesses, but by helping them how to create. So I always tell everybody, just look into what market wants from you. Don't say what market can bring to me, because market would never bring anything to you until you bring quality to market. My only word to every single business entrepreneur, woman business entrepreneur, is about believe in yourself, always quality bring always quantity, remember that. And look around and see exactly what you need, what your market need, and also get in tune with your soul and see who are you, how are you, and if you are okay. Because if you do not have control over your life, then you do not have over control over your business, then over your life and over everything. So stay away from negative people, from negativities, and just be yourself. in every single moment and areas of your life.
Now, you may have just answered the next question I was going to ask you, which is, looking back from where you sit now, very successful, very confident. When you were looking back, let's say at the 20-year-old Fia, what would you have told her? Anything different than what you just said?
Never be afraid.
Never be afraid.
To show off.
To show off?
Yes. Because I was afraid always to show off, because when I left my country, I was just a teenager, and I've been together with a lot of Swedish, people, and I do remember the first time when I want to connect with them, they've been kind of super cold. It takes time for them to just accept you in their group. So I always try to hold myself back and in trying to let them to moving forward. Then I felt like, why I'm doing this? I'm a proud, beautiful young lady. Did I do everything by myself? I'm helping a million of people right now, and I do a fantastic job with a lot of law enforcement officers. And why I'm trying to hold myself back and not speaking to them or just letting them to, take an action towards to whatever they are asking me or doing. You know what? It's time. Get up now. Just hold yourself up and just say, hello, this is me, Fia Johansson. So, and yeah, if I would just show off more and then could say that, you know what, good job, go for it. Never be afraid of talking, never be afraid of communicating with people, never be afraid of showing who you are as a person. Just be yourself in every single matter of your life, whatever happened, wherever you are, whomever you are, and wherever you are end up with, you have to just be yourself.
Beautiful, beautiful. So if people want to reach you and take advantage of your talents, your skills, your gifts, where do they go? How do they find you?
There's a couple ways, but the easiest way is if they can go to PersianMedium.com and AvidAwakening.com, and they can reach my platform, which is AvidAdvice.com. So, and then they sign up and they call and chat from there. Sometimes they sending me an email, because I'm receiving a million of emails. My assistant says, oh my God, Fiona, they want to prioritize this and prioritize that. But I will definitely get in with people when they call through Avid Advice, because that's the only way that I can communicate and connect with people directly. Yeah. Beautiful. And my Instagram, by the way, I have over 1,300,000 followers.
Good for you.
Which is, I'm happy. And every time when I'm actually having 60-second videos, I see, okay, 3 million views. Oh, thank you, God. So I'm happy that I'm helping them. I'm happy to make them to feel happy. I'm happy to make them and feel them happy.
Beautiful. Well, thank you, Fia.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you being on the show today. And for all of you, check out her website. She can help you with a lot of different things. So stick around, though. We have one more guest today. So see you in a couple of minutes.
There is somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fia is actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's 2 women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick and something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that a few, like 10 years ago, that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud!
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
You are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives. And she gives and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself. And I believed in her. We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Nana's house.
Nana's. My mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together, always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers was better. But don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom that.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain. And the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really, really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited Fia.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellums' youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder and clear, what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle and passing you my anointing and passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way.
So she's spoken to me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving.
I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it.
In the area where I don't have a female in my life, because I don't have a relationship with my mother, and I don't have a sister. She has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending her messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. 'Cause love is more than a philosophy. 'Cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
Diamond's key.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She is speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today? So naturally to me, I never decide for any of those messages. The only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the message.
What was your reading like with Persian medium? Oh my god, I love her. So I actually had a moment with her when she was walking in. She came by our table for water, and it was just like, oh, that's how I felt.
Are you gonna like come back for more? Oh yeah.
You're not even leaving.
It was all kind of things I kind of knew. I felt intuitively guided. It's nice to feel her tap into those deeper places, and I guess, reveal hidden places that I sense and feel, but have her kind of present them.
She said, I'm going to meet a man who's going to come right to me. It's been quite a while, and if that happens, I'm going to be in huge debt to her.
This was a great reading today because it lifts my spirit. Spirits have been depressed for a while because of adverse happenings going on. I'm very pleased about that.
I went to her workshop yesterday, and it was awesome. Yes, and I got her book, so I'm excited about that.
Well, this is the only reading I've done, and it's the only reading I would do, and it's because I just know that.
She told me things that I already knew, and then she also told me things that I was surprised at. Like, she could read me, like things I was in denial of. She was actually reading what I was in denial of. So it was wonderful. It really was.
I didn't say a word. She just knew exactly how I felt about it. You know, she's absolutely right. So it's kind of like you have the answers inside somewhere, and she kind of validated what I was thinking.
If you're a person that's trying to, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind, get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit. Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Medium Rachel with Medium Rachel. Live from RachelMinning.nl.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Medium Rachel
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello! Welcome to the Medium Rachel Show with A1R Psychic Radio. I hope you are all fine, because I can feel a really heavy, energetical feel today. I hear it a lot from my clients in the Netherlands. I am living in the Netherlands. I'm 42 years old. I'm a psychic and a medium. I can answer all your questions. I'm specialized in questions about love, finance, spiritual developments, opening the third eye, traumatical experience, future predictions. I also use my magical objects. I can also make contacts with dear loved one in heaven. Everything you get stuck on or trapped with, I can assist you very well, because I trust and I believe in my guides in the universe. I don't know who that is. Maybe it is my mother. I don't know. I hope it. For the new viewers, I work also with the cards, if you want that. But normally I get everything through my head, and also I can heal you if you want that. Because if you have energetical pain, I can heal that. If you are blocked, I can heal that also. Can you feel also the very heavy energetical field today? Because I feel that many people are not happy, and I really want to make you happy. I want that you are free in your own body, in your own soul, just like a butterfly, that you can fly away just like a butterfly, in freedom, in happiness. I'm a human helper, and my goal is to help everybody on this planet. I'm living in the Netherlands, but that doesn't mean that I cannot go worldwide to help more people each day. My guides are telling me that I can help you. It's this day that I can help you very strong, because the energetical field is very, very heavy. I can feel it in my hands. It's so strong. I hope I can help soon somebody. I will tell you something about me. For 6 years ago, I was also not happy and making a lot of mistakes. And I learned a lot of that, and I trust my guides who helped me through. Here I have a caller. Bobby, hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hello, what can I do for you?
Just a reading, please.
Okay, that's nice. One moment, Bobby. I will feel on your energetical field. One moment. Bobby.
Okay.
Okay, Bobby. You are a little bit restless. I can feel that because my guards are going all the way, and you are a little bit of trapped in your own body and in your beautiful soul. Do you understand what my guides want to tell you, Bobby? You are so lovely, but you forget your own lovely heart. What do you want? What do you see? What do you feel? Everything, my guides are telling me, everything is for somebody else. But where is Bobby?
Yeah.
Do you understand that? Can you feel, is it true what I say to you? Can you feel that? Can you understand that? Also, it is in my language in the Netherlands, but I will translate it. This card wanted to tell you, you feel different. You are different. You are not just like everybody on this planet. You are having a very beautiful soul. When you are walking down the street, everybody is seeing you and everybody is looking at you. You are different. You have to go through also, make your steps, because sometimes my guides are telling me that you are stuck, that you are standing still. Can you understand that?
Yeah.
Also, it is very important to make choices. It's for you very difficult sometimes, many times I cannot see that, to make the right choice for you. You can make a choice very well for somebody else, but for Bobby it's a little bit difficult. You have also a backpack, just like everybody else, but you are growing more and more and more. You are putting your backpack down there, and more you are living in the here and now and into the future. You are almost free. They can tell me that in your beautiful heart. All the pain, all the traumatical experience are flowing away. You are very protected by an angel. My magical objects are telling you that. Because you are very strong, very strong. I can also feel that you have to be listening more to your own body, because sometimes your body wants to tell you a little bit peace. You are going too hard during the day. A lot, bam, 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 I have to do this and this and this, but your body and your mind wants to get sometimes more peace. Can you understand that?
Yeah.
Also, you get a lot of luck. I mean that really, within 3 months. And that will tell you that luck, financial luck. Within 3 months you get somewhere, I cannot see where that will be from, but you get more money. Also, it's really important for you that you are going to drink during the day something more, because energetically you hold on too much in your body. Negative energy, heavy energy. You have to drink more so you can go to the toilet, and then it's going down to the earth. Is it true that you don't drink enough? Some days you drink a lot, some days it's less. Can you understand that?
Yes.
That's really important. Also, I have this one, and this object will tell you, wants to tell you, make your own choices. What makes you happy, not always another one who you love a lot. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. You have to be more caring for yourself. You have also, how do you say that? Let go of a little bit of control. You are beautiful just like the way you are, but you have to feel that a little bit more. This is a stone, and this stone wants to tell you that I have to send you more inner peace in your own body, because sometimes it's going to the left, to the right, to the middle. It's going everywhere. You have to get more peace in your own body and in your own lovely soul. You are so beautiful, Bobby. Can I give you a little bit of peace? Can I do that for you?
Yeah.
Yeah? 2 feet on the ground, please. That's really important for healing. I do that also. 1 moment, please. I will give you now more and more peace. Oh. You can get a little bit of cold now. Can you feel that? A little bit of dizzy, lightning in your head. Can you feel that, Bobby?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be okay. One moment, please. Stop. And now, it's really important, and then I will let you go. For 5 minutes, you have to sit down on the couch. Then you can do your thing during the day. It's really important for now. Sit 5 minutes, drink 2 glasses of water because you had a healing, and everything is going to be okay. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Bobby. Have a nice day.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. I have a new caller. One moment, please. I have to put my magical objects back into this one. Okay. I have a new caller. Nikki, hello. What can I do for you?
Hi there. How are you?
Yeah, fine. And you? Thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you. How are you doing? What can I do for you, Nikki?
I am wonderful, thank you. I was wondering if I could have a mediumship reading, please.
Okay. You will open reading, huh?
Mediumship, I believe?
Relationship?
No, mediumship.
Mediumship. I cannot understand that. Oh my God. Mediumship. Just like me. You
yes,
want
a relationship reading, please.
Relationship.
Yes, please.
Yeah? Okay. I thought a mediumship, but you told me just a relationship. Do you have a relationship, Nikki? Because we cannot feel that if somebody has a relationship or not. Do you have a relationship? Yes or no?
I do.
Okay. I can. What is the name of the person? Do you want to tell me that or not?
Yes, that's fine. His name is Randy.
Randy. One moment. I will take a card. What I feel right now in both of your energetical field is that you have to communicate a little bit more. You deserve really a lot, Nikki, but you don't get that always. Do you understand what my guides want to tell you? I feel a little bit of sadness is a big word, but do you know what my guides want to tell you?
No, I'm not understanding.
Okay, I will explain it. One moment. You and your partner have to communicate a little bit more. Sometimes the relationship is living in 2 worlds. Can you understand what my guides want to tell you? You can be more one. You can more be one. You and Randy, more. The relationship is going to be well. Very, very nice. But it has to be settled a little bit more because the relationship, what I told you, is living for now a little bit in 2 worlds, and it have to become in 1 world. Within 3 months, the relationship is going to have a balance, very much happiness. You have to communicate. My guides are telling me the whole time in my head, you have to communicate, Randy, a little bit more than you, together. More communication. That's really important. What I feel further is that can you understand me when my guides are telling me that Randy has a little bit difficulty with opening his heart? Do you understand what my guides mean with that? And that's a blockage. If you want, I can take that blockage for Randy away through your energetical field, if you want that.
Yes, please.
So we can open. Yeah, okay. Can you sit and 2 feet on the ground, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Nikki. I do it also. One moment. I go now through your energetical field. And you can feel it because you are very open. You are so beautiful. Oh my God, your heart is so lovely. It makes me happy.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Nikki. Oh, so nice. Oh, oh, really. Oh, so much love. Oh,
Thank you.
you're welcome. You can feel it a little bit now in your own body, and now it's going to go to the body of Randy. Can you feel it? You have to feel it. You have to feel it. My guides are telling me you can feel it. Yeah. Oh my God, Nikki. Oh, it's so strong. You are so lovely. I will let you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean that really from the bottom of my heart. It's going now into the energetical field of Randy, and he will going to open his heart within 3 days. It's going to be very, very quickly. You are so lovely. I mean that. Really. I hope you can do something with this. Okay? Nikki?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a lovely day, dear Nikki. Bye-bye.
You as well. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Now, I'm going to speak in my own language a little bit for a few minutes, and then I'm going to be back in English. So one moment, please. Now I'm going to go back in my language. Hallo, lieve kijkers van Nederland. Ik ga mijn telefoon er weer bij pakken. En wil je graag een open reading? Of wil je een gerichte vraag? Zet hem dan onder de Facebookpagina echt van A1R Psychic Radio. Dus echt op hun Facebookpagina. Daar ga ik nu ook naartoe. Klein moment. Dan ga ik hem heel even openen. Dan kan ik kijken wie graag een vraag beantwoord wil hebben. Dus op de Facebookpagina van A1R Psychic Radio neerzetten alsjeblieft, oké? Nou, daar gaan we. Oh, ik moet wel even mijn geluid zachter zetten. Nou, daar gaan we. Ah, dankjewel Shirley. Nou, wie wil graag een vraag? Zet hem onder de Facebookpagina van A1R Psychic Radio. Ik ga er een paar uithalen, dus wees er snel bij. Ik denk dat ik heel even op een andere pagina nog ga kijken. Of in ieder geval op dezelfde pagina, maar er staan er meerdere op. Goedenavond Wim. Nou, even naar de andere. Want er zijn er meerdere gedeeld. Dus lieve mensen, wil je graag een vraag stellen? Zet hem onder de Facebookpagina. Op de Facebookpagina in ieder geval A1R Psychic Radio. Ik zie dat heel veel mensen meekijken en dat vind ik super leuk. Dat doet me echt wel goed. Want iedere keer als ik live moet, jongens, daar sta ik onbekend. Begin ik te stuiteren op die fantastische stoel van mij. En daar had ik vandaag wat meer last van als normaal. Maar ja, goed. Ik voel ook dat de energie ontzettend hoog is. Herkennen jullie dat ook? Dankjewel, Connie. Wie wilde graag een vraag stellen? Dan mag dat op de Facebookpagina. Ik ben er nog maar een paar minuten, dus jullie mogen er heel snel bij zijn. Want dadelijk ben ik weer gevlogen. En dat zou natuurlijk heel erg jammer zijn. En ik wil er echt nog wel een paar gaan doen. Maar op een of andere manier lukt het niet. Dus wil je graag een vraag stellen? Ik kijk gewoon echt even overal. Omdat er wel 4 video's zijn gedeeld op de Facebookpagina. Dat het voor mij wat lastiger is om te kijken waar de vraag wordt gesteld. En anders ga ik naar mijn eigen Facebookpagina. Want daar zag ik de vorige keer ook dat er heel veel vragen waren gesteld. En die heb ik gewoon niet gezien. Nou, daar gaan we. Open graag. Lia, ja! Het blijft toch nog een beetje zoeken. Ik ben nu 4 keer live geweest en dat merk ik wel. Ik ga er toch heel even iets anders op vinden. Lia. Lia. Soms mag jij wat meer controle, Lia, loslaten. Dus Lia, je mag wat meer controle loslaten. Soms wil je dingen te veel aan een hokje stoppen. Ook voel ik bij jou dat je wat meer last hebt van een te hoge ademhaling. Dus echt vanuit je borst. Maar je mag meer van je buik uitkomen. Ik begin al te boeren. Dat heeft te maken met jouw aarding. Jouw aarding is niet zo heel erg lekker. Herken je dat, Lia? Ga eens wat meer wandelen. Ga eens wat meer met blote voeten naar buiten. Of ja, in ieder geval in de tuin, niet buiten de straat op. Je bent enorm hard aan het werken aan je eigen waarde. Maar daar mag je echt trots op zijn. Ik ben echt wat dat betreft heel erg trots op jou. Je hebt je heel lang gestrikt gevoeld in je eigen lichaam en geest. Maar daar ben jij steeds en steeds meer uit aan het komen. Ik doe er heel even een paar uit. Omdat ik wel zie dat nu de vragen binnenkomen. Zie je, je bent er steeds meer uit dat verstriktheid aan het komen. En daardoor ga jij ook, zeggen ze, meer je stappen zetten. Je gaat meer uit je comfortzone, meer uit je cirkel ga jij stappen. En dat is echt super, super goed. Want binnen 3 maanden ga je een hele nieuwe geboorte in. En dat wil juist zeggen, een nieuw begin. Je bent er bijna. De taart staat er, maar de slagroom mag er nog meer op. Wie wil nou niet slagroom op zijn taart? Je zit zeg maar op 70%, 80% en je gaat naar de 90%. Want niemand haalt 100, ook ik niet, want we leren allemaal bij. Ik hoop dat je hier iets mee kunt, Lia. Oké? Nou, dan ga ik naar de volgende, maar dan moet ik heel even naar de andere pagina weer. Ik ben er nog een paar minuten in het Nederlands. En dan ga ik weer terug naar mijn Engelse kijkers. Oh ja, hier. Daar komen ze. Even kijken. Dankjewel, Patricia. Super lief van je. Nou, waar is de volgende? Dat is echt nog wel zoeken, merk ik, voor de kijker, hoor. Oh, hier. Oh, hier. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, jongens. Hier staan er een hoop. Monique de Cruijff. Ja, die voel ik dat ik die echt moet hebben. Nee, ik pak de andere. Monique. Nou, ik heb nog een paar minuten. Monique de Cruijff. Ik voel een beetje moe aan bij jou, hè? Je bent zo goed voor anderen, Monique, dat jij wel echt weer, moet ik zeggen, jezelf heel erg vergeet. Soms ben je bang om een bepaalde controle te verliezen, maar weet je hoe goed jij bent? Weet je wat voor fantastische moeder jij bent? Ik heb zoveel respect voor jou. Echt waar. Het raakt mij zelfs ook gewoon, want je rent en je rent maar je vergeet jezelf, terwijl je eigenlijk een klein beetje op bent. Ze gaat gewoon door. Echt waar. Je mag wel, zeggen ze, de Ganesha-kaart heb ik voor jou gepakt. Jij mag wat meer prioriteiten gaan stellen, want soms heb je best wel een minuutje, hè? Je snapt de context van het verhaal, voor jezelf. Alleen vind je het lastig om hem voor jezelf te nemen, want dan ga je weer terug naar je kinderen of naar wie jou ook nodig heeft. Dus je mag iets meer prioriteiten voor jezelf gaan neerzetten, want ook jij bent belangrijk. En hier zitten dus mijn magische voorwerpen in, voor de nieuwe kijkers. Het ziet er heel raar uit. Kijk, de ladder, Monique. Heel vaak ga je 1, 2, 3 stappen omhoog. Maar knal je er weer 1 van terug. En dat heeft ermee te maken dat je iets meer prioriteit voor jezelf mag gaan neerzetten. Je bent enorm beschermd door de engel. Maar dat weet je. Dat voel je, dat merk je. Je mag wel iets meer jouw rugzak van je af gaan doen. Want soms blijf je iets meer te veel achterom kijken in plaats van in het hier en nu en vooruit. Ik wil jou zeggen, echt waar, vanuit de grond van mijn hart. Echt, ik vind je fantastisch. Jij hebt zoveel power en op een of andere manier voel jij mijn energie nu. En dat zou ik fijn vinden als je dat kunt bevestigen. Als je het niet wil, snap ik het ook. Maar je hebt zoveel kracht in je en die voel je nu via mijn energie. Voel jij die nu eigenlijk in jouw stromen. Ook wacht er wat meer geluk op je. Je krijgt her en der, zeggen ze, krijg jij dingetjes aangereikt die goed zijn voor jouw gezin. Die goed zijn voor jouzelf. Wat meer en meer geluk. Soms mag jij wel, dat zeggen ze wel, wat minder streng voor jezelf zijn. Iets minder de controle willen behouden en de lat niet te hoog voor jouzelf neer willen leggen. Ook geven ze aan, en dan moet ik hem af gaan ronden. Je mag, dit flesje wil jou vertellen, Monique, dat je wat meer mag gaan afvoeren. Je mag iets meer water gaan drinken, zodat je gaat plassen. En dat eigenlijk, ja dat klinkt heel vies, de urine wat lichter gaat worden. Hij is te geel. En dat geldt voor iedereen. Zie je dat je plas eigenlijk in feite te geel is, hou je te veel vast. Water drinken, Monique, geldt voor iedereen die daar last van heeft. Dat wil ik als tip meegeven. En dan komt het goed met jou, Monique. Wat ik nu als laatst wil doen, ik hoop dat je er iets mee kunt, Monique, is voor de kijkers in Nederland wil ik heel even wat rust gaan sturen. En dan ga ik terug naar de Engelse kijkers, want ik moet zo meteen af gaan ronden. En die wil ik nog heel even gedag zeggen. Dus ik wil jullie heel eventjes een paar seconden wat rust meer geven, want er is een zware energie. En jullie voelen hem al. En nu laat ik los. Ik ga nu heel even terug naar de Engelse kijkers. Klein momentje, ik ben zo bij jullie terug om jullie gedag te zeggen. Hello everybody. I just was talking in my language. I really want to say goodbye to you because I wanted to tell you and everybody who is watching, thank you for your trust in me. I really want to send you a little bit of peace. So if you want that, please, now for a few seconds, 2 feet on the ground, and I will send you a little bit of peace, because I have to give you that. Peace is coming your way now. You can feel it. And I will let you go now. Thank you for watching. English people, thank you so much for your trust. I believe in you. You are so lovely. Believe in your own power. Think positive. You can do that. Thank you. Until next Tuesday. Nederlandse cliënten, mijn volgers. Super bedankt voor het kijken. Ik vind het super leuk als jullie er iedere keer bij zijn. Ook voor jullie vertrouwen. Geniet van jullie avond in Nederland. Oké? Bye bye everybody. Thank you so much. Dag lieve kijkers in Nederland. Tot heel gauw. Volg me op Facebook. Nou, ik denk aan jullie. Lots of love. Lots of power. Think positive. I believe in you. You can do that. Bye bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio, Moonstruck TV. So I am very much looking forward to doing a couple of readings today with some people that phone in. So it'd be nice to speak to you both. And also hello to all the listeners. But before I go to that, I've been thinking about, I always like to sort of think about, something sort of spiritual. And today I was thinking about some of the wonderful people that we've had in our world that has made a difference to our world. And so I was just sort of thinking about, who they could be. And perhaps you have some ideas as well. And of course we have God, that he is probably the greatest of all our world, of everything in our world. But and then of course Jesus and a lot of people from the Bible era. But there's people that are more recent than that have made a difference in our world. And somebody like let's say Gandhi, he helped the Indian people become independent and was fought fiercely, but with non-violence and truth. He used to use this word satyagraha, which basically means non-violence and truth. And he sort of enabled the Indian people to sort of profit out of some of the things that they weren't profiting out of. For instance, the salt that was collected in India, then transported back to the UK. These terrible British people, I don't know. And he managed to get that all changed and became independent. So and I wonder sort of when you think about his work, you think about God being behind that and sort of or the spirit world being behind that and sort of urging that person in that life to do that amazing work. Frederick Douglass did a lot of work with the slave movement in the 1800s, and again he was heralded as somebody that did so much for the slaves. And Harriet Tubman was renamed Moses, which I think is rather charming, because she did exactly the same as what Moses did. And also, don't you find that funny, or funny, not funny, haha, but funny, peculiar, or interesting, should I say? Funny, interesting. That's the word I want. Did you find that interesting that with all the people, there is often sort of spiritual work going on? Harriet Tubman had God spoke to her and told her which route to take to be safe. And I think that's sort of quite sort of interesting about that. But yes, so that was sort of a couple more people, and then there was Nelson Mandela, who did a lot of work in Africa, as did Gandhi, about the rights of black people, and then of course Martin Luther King Jr. I love that speech. I Have a Dream. It's almost sort of etched in my mind how amazing. And when I think of that speech and how great that speech was, and how incredible that speech was, I think to myself, there's got to be spirit behind that. There's got to be spirit inspiring him with the words, which Spirit will do time and time again. But with all these people, they've had courage. They've had courage to go out into the world and do things that are quite miraculous and quite amazing. And but courage comes in small little doses and large packages. You know, they're sort of great. You could sort of describe them as having great courage. But it may be sort of just courage to take that job, or courage to go out on that date with that person that likes you, courage to change your life in a little way, and I think sort of having guidance from somebody like myself or any of the other people that work on A1R radio who are wonderful at giving guidance. You know, I think that can sometimes be the stirring within us to take that courage, to take that leap of faith, because Spirit have a wonderful way with their words of inspiring us to take that plunge and coming away with an idea of, I'm going to do it. I'm going to change my way, my life, my ways, I'm going to, you know, perhaps ring up that person that I haven't spoken to for a long time, but I was too frightened because I didn't know what they were going to say. You know, it can be all sorts of things, small or big, but courage is something that Spirit are here always to help us with, wherever we need courage in our lives. And so I hope that Spirit inspires us today with courage to do some great things and moving forward in all of our lives. But anyway, I'd like to go to a caller, and I believe that Alina in Palmetto, Florida is there. Are you there, Alina?
Yes, it's Alina.
Hello and welcome to the show. It's very nice to speak to you. Now, I am a medium, which means I can connect to loved ones, or I can go to my guides and give you guidance over a particular area. Is there a particular way where you'd like me to focus?
I don't know. There's honestly, there's a lot going on. So whichever. I mean, I'm a triplet, and the youngest triplet, she died, and tomorrow will actually be a year. And I don't know if it's. I don't know. I keep getting this feeling like she wants. There's something she has to say to me.
Did you say this is your youngest child? Did you say?
She's the youngest triplet. There's three of us. I'm the oldest. Then there's the middle triplet, and then the youngest triplet. She died. Tomorrow will be a year, and it's like 15 days before our birthday. So September's like a really bad month.
Yeah. I feel like she's quite pretty. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Because she's standing in front of me and just told me that. And she says, in actual fact, she feels that we're all pretty, all of us have sort of good looks, and we were blessed with those good looks. And that's what she's saying to me. Is that correct?
Yeah, she always thought that all three of us were very pretty. I mean, we're identical triplets.
Right. Okay. Well, if you're identical, then if she's pretty, then you must be too. So if that's something she's always said, then that's evidence in itself that she's speaking to me. Now, she is saying to me that this last year has been a tough year for her, not because she's in a wonderful place and okay in where she is. It's been tough because of the people that she's left behind, and because of circumstances that have happened within this year, and the struggles that people have gone through. And I feel like it's not just you, but it's other members in your family as well that have gone through serious struggles. And she's saying to me that she was the one that would always like to sort of solve a problem or help everyone out or be there for somebody. And this is where she's found it incredibly frustrating, because she hasn't been able to be there to help yourself in probably some of the biggest problems that you've had in your life. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
And she's saying to me that just because I'm not there doesn't mean to say that I'm in the background, sort of trying to give you all the help and the guidance that you need. And she's telling me that she won't be leaving your side until everything is smooth waters, because she's telling me it's very, very turbulent at the moment. And she's just showing me, like she's just given me somebody shouting in my ear. And I feel like she's referring to you, like somebody's shouting at you. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
And somebody is being like aggressive, abusive, and shouting at you, and she's telling me enough's enough. Enough's enough. We can't. You almost like you can't go on like this, because she says that it's almost like you're on the floor with your circumstances. And she's on the. I don't know if that's an English expression, because sometimes I come out with sort of stuff that we would say in England, because I'm from England, or whether it's something sort of universal in the English-speaking world. But we would say you're on the floor, which means like you've got no more energy to cope with your circumstances. Right. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I can't really hear the last part you're saying.
Yes, so overwhelmed with your circumstances. Like you don't know how to sort of move forward with your circumstances. She basically, I feel like there's somebody around you that has a lot of control over you and is abusive to you, and has put you down on numerous occasions. And so consequently, you've lost your confidence, and your confidence and your bright spark, your bright energy has been lost. And she's saying to me that there's only one solution to this, and she feels that you need the strength and the courage to move out of that situation, because that situation that you're in is not doing you any good whatsoever. Obviously, this is Gail coming in now, and I have to say, we all have our own free will, and don't forget, this is your sister's opinion, and so you have to do what you feel is right. But right. She's saying to me that she is absolutely not going anywhere. She's right by your side from now on, because she wants to protect you. And I feel also, I don't know, she's showing me like you're sort of, have you ever been, like, has there been violence around you as well? Because she's showing me like you're sort of like almost being sort of moving back very quickly, as though either you've been pushed or something like that. Yeah. And she says that she's sorry that she's had to sort of publicly state this, but she wanted to show to Gail, to me, the importance of what she's saying, and the importance of what you need to be safe, and how you need to like protect yourself. Children, have you got children?
Yes, I have a daughter.
And
she left behind 2 boys.
So you've got the two boys with you, have you?
No, they were going to stay with me, my mom, and my daughter. But my brother, a week before she passed, she called my brother and asked him. She, out of nowhere, she said, if anything ever happens to me, I want you to promise me that you're going to take my boys. And he's like, stop talking like that, like if something's going to happen. She's like, promise me. So, and my brother used to travel. Well, he stopped traveling, and he got custody of both of her boys.
Right. But she's also saying to me that that what's going on with you is impacting your daughter.
Yes.
Or impacting. I feel like it's impacting you and your daughter. And she says that you've got to make a change. And she's just really sort of urging you to sort of think about moving forward with your life. And she knows that it's going to be an incredibly difficult step to take, but she fears for you, and she says that there is nothing that she hasn't seen. She's seen everything, and she's saying to me that she loves you, and there isn't anything that she wouldn't do to help you. And I feel like she's really stressing that point. She's not going anywhere. She's right by your side, and she's urging you to consider her words.
I have like a lot of guilt because of what happened with her, and I feel like she's mad at me.
You have guilt because of.
Because
Sorry.
I was there when it happened, and I feel like I didn't react in time fast enough. That I have all this guilt where I think about it all the time, and it's still not real to me, and that's why
Okay.
I don't.
Well, hold on a moment. She's talking to me. She's saying what she's saying is stop right there. Do not feel guilty. You haven't done anything wrong. I don't, she said, stop right there. She went really sort of quite firm with me. I don't see you in a bad way in any way. She says, don't go there. Don't stop right there. And she's just saying that she loves you and won't, and is 100% there to support you through this difficult time. I know that, look, if you want to come and talk to me on Facebook tomorrow, find me on Facebook. My name is Gail Moffat, and if there's any questions or anything that I can do to help you, I will do. And I'm so sorry that you're going through. My name is Gail Moffat, Moffat. It's the same spelling as the town in Scotland, Moffat.
Okay.
And
Okay.
it will be easily noticed on Facebook.
Okay.
So just find me, and thank you for calling in. And don't forget, your sister is not going anywhere. She's right there with you. And hopefully, I'll be able to. We can text or something on Facebook.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, and good luck with everything. Thank you, Alina. Okay, so we have Roseanne in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. Are you there?
I am here.
Oh, what a happy sounding voice. Right. I am a medium, which means that I'm able to connect with loved ones, or I can go to my guides for guidance. Is there a particular way how you'd like me to work, and where would you like me to focus? We've got about 10 minutes left of the show, so sadly we haven't got a lot of time.
I'll let you go into it and you see what you can get.
Okay, so it's just generally whatever. Is that
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You just want me to sort of just connect with whatever comes up.
Right.
Okay.
I'll make it easy for you.
Pardon?
I'll make it easy for you.
Actually, I find it easier if I have to focus on something. But don't worry. I've got a gentleman and a lady standing in front of me from the spirit world, and I feel that this is a grandfather and a grandmother, and I feel like this is the grandparents that you didn't perhaps know as well as the other ones. Would that make sense to you about grandparents that you didn't know as well?
Grandmother, yes, but grandfather, not so much.
Okay, because it's the grandfather that's speaking to me, and so he's the one that you didn't know. Is that right?
Well, I knew him, but I was pretty young.
Yeah, I know that you knew him. I just know that you didn't know him that well. But he's telling me that I feel like your other grandparents, or maybe he's referring to the grandmother, but he makes me feel like the other grandparents you knew better than him.
Not really.
Okay. So you knew. Okay. Well, so it could be either one set of the grandparents then. So I'm just going to carry on and see what I get. So what I would like to say is that I want to go straight to a birth certificate, and it's either a birth certificate or a marriage certificate, but I know it's a certificate where you have to sort of, organize your name or details of your family structure, and I feel like this could be a marriage certificate, but it's almost like your grandfather is crossing out a name and saying that there is a different name on this marriage certificate, that it should be correct. I don't know whether it's marriage or birth certificate, but that says to me that you are interested in your genealogy, because often I get this sort of thing when people have been exploring their sort of ancestry or genealogy, but I'm being told that I feel like the person that says that they are the father is not the real father. And I don't know where it is in the structure, but he's come straight in and told me that. Does that make sense to you, what I'm saying?
On my behalf? Or like we're speaking about myself here? Or?
I'm not sure yet, but have you been exploring genealogy?
I have. Well, I didn't start it yet, but I am in the process of getting papers organized, yes.
Right. So what happens is when people are organizing genealogy, quite often in my mediumship, I will get circumstances exactly like this, where people will come forward and say, what you think is correct is not correct. In other words, so he's showing me a marriage certificate which will show who the father is, and the father is incorrect. It's not the real father. In other words, the wrong name has been put in on either a birth certificate, and I feel it's to do with him. It's to do with him. I feel like he's telling me that his father is not the real father, that it was put on the birth certificate and is incorrect. So when you start exploring your genealogy, that will be almost like a difficulty that you're going to come up against, because so in other words, that would be your. So in other words, that's your great grandfather on your great grandfather on your grandfather's side.
Great grandfather on my grandfather's side. I'll have to question that one.
So it's your father's. So your grandfather's father is not the father that you think is. And so if you go down the trail with your genealogy and looking into who's who, you will be getting the wrong information because he's not your father. The wrong person was put on the birth certificate. And I feel that I seem to feel like you're going to end up getting that information on the marriage certificate. And there's something to do with the marriage certificate and the birth certificate. And I've got a feeling you might see a difference in names and it will get confusing.
Interesting, because I just recently got the birth certificate, long form.
Right. Yeah. I'm going to press him for some more clarification on this. Let's see. He's saying that when you look closely at the birth and the marriage certificate, I feel like it's the marriage certificate for him and the birth certificate for him, you will see a difference.
A difference in?
I feel in some of the names, yeah. The names have changed, and he's saying to me that he wants to bring that information through to you. He's so keen to bring that through to you because he doesn't want you to go down a dark alley and get all the wrong information. He wants you to get the correct information, and he says so he's saying to you, scrutinize the names on the birth and marriage certificate around him, and he says you will get to see that there is a difference. There is definitely a difference in the name, but I feel like the difference isn't so obvious. It's slight, and
like, are you saying the last names, the first names, or?
I'm asking him which name is it. He's telling me first and last name is different.
Okay, so if I'm correctly,
it could easily be missed if you don't, because you're looking. If you look at he's telling me it could easily be missed in the way that it's structured on your birth certificates. Now, I'm English, and so I don't have a knowledge of how the American birth and marriage certificates are formulated and the order of and what details will be on there. So it's slightly difficult for me to give you exactly what's going to happen, because Spirit use your reference bank, your knowledge. So that's an area of knowledge that I don't have. But what I will say is that there is basically his father is not the father, his real biological father.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Lady Raven Radio Show with Lady Raven Miller. Lady Raven Miller. Live from LadyRavenMiller.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Lady Raven Radio Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lady Raven Miller. I hope you're all having a wonderful week. So, to start off the show this week, I wanted to talk to you about some techniques to help you ground. We're all really busy, moms, the whole COVID, kids being at home with us trying to work from home. So I thought I'd give us some tips, okay? If you don't know what grounding is, grounding helps us be focused and present, okay? While we're grounding, you end up centering all of your energies. It's very cleansing. It helps keeps us calm and gives us clarity in our feelings and our thoughts. Grounding is a technique in which the Earth's energy is used to clear the body and the spirit of negative energy that only serves to stifle and pollute us. So we're going to use the Earth to channel all that negativity out and bring in all of the good, okay? So a couple of easy ideas that you can do while you're running after the kids, or you have a moment at the office, your lunch break, as you're stepping out of your vehicle because you're running errands like a chicken with your head cut off. So when you step out of your vehicle, if you happen to be wearing flip-flops because it's summertime, take a second, take them off. Just slide them off your feet, put your feet firmly on the ground, close your eyes, breathe in, hold for 3 seconds, and breathe it out. And do that about 3 times, okay? Because as you do that, you're releasing all the negative energy, okay? And you're bringing in the good. So breathe in the good, breathe out the bad. This can be done, like I said, on your lunch break, chasing after the children in the backyard, or if you're teaching your children from home and you're also trying to work from home. We all know how that's going right now. It can really be stressful. So take those 5 minutes for yourself, run outside, and put your feet on the ground. Let's say Wyoming, you guys are getting snow right now, so you don't want to really run out and put your feet in the snow because then you're going to get frostbite. Sit on your kitchen counter. Make sure there's no dishes in there. You don't want to knock anything over, okay? Turn on the water to a temperature that is comfortable for you and let that water run over your feet. And then go ahead with the breathing exercises. The movement of the water has the Earth's energy in it, and that will help cleanse those negative energies out of you. You can do this at the end of the day, also in a shower. If you'd like more helpful tips on easy grounding techniques, then you may visit my website, LadyRavenMiller.com, and under the link section is a link to my book that has many, many different techniques that you could do in your very busy daily lives. So I have Portia from Georgia. Portia,
hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. So what can I do for you today, dear?
Okay, so my question was, I just wonder what's going on with my lover. He's ignoring me, and I just want to know if he's going to commit to me anytime soon.
And can I get the first letter of your lover's name, dear?
R.
As much as I don't want to tell you, my dear, because I hate giving bad news to everybody, but I feel the need to be truthful in what I receive. And what I receive is that your guys' paths are no longer connected. When we connect with people, our lives intertwine kind of like a rope or a vine. And as the needs or lessons that we learn from each other are no longer connected, our vines they grow in a different direction. And I feel that you're the one that has done a lot of growth. And with that growth, as much as you may care deeply and love this person, they're no longer there for your highest good. So I would move on, because there's somebody there that is going to be on the same frequency as you.
Okay.
You have any other questions, darling? I know it's hard to hear, and I'm really sorry.
No, that was the only question.
Are you sure? Because I feel like you're hesitating.
I have tons of questions, but you pretty much, I have tons of them, but you pretty much, answered it, the gist of it.
Well, if it makes you feel better, honey, I am seeing in a few months you are going to meet somebody else that is more on the frequency that you are, okay? And
okay.
So, no, you're not going to be alone. I don't want you to think you're going to be alone at all. You're not. It's just time to, for lack of better terms, upgrade.
Okay. Was it something that I did?
No, honey. It's nothing that you did or that he did. It's more of I'm not quite sure how to explain it. It's almost like he's more childish and you're becoming more and more and more of an adult, and he still wants to be able to play childish games. And you're ready for that next phase of life where you meet somebody, you settle down, you enjoy that life with that person, and he's just not there anymore. It's not what he's ready for.
Okay.
And I don't know if you want to wait and see if he ever gets there. I mean, that's a possibility too, but you'd be waiting a while.
Okay.
Other than that, I hope you're having a good day.
That's okay.
You seem very distant, darling. What else was going on? Because I feel like you got some sad news going. You got the sad news vibe.
Well, probably because, of course, that's probably not what I wanted to hear, but, I just have to face it. It's hard for me to face that because I didn't want that to be the truth.
Sometimes the truth isn't always what we want to hear, but what we need to hear.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
So
I'm just a little sad about that.
Oh, well, let's talk about doing some self-love to get you out of that funk.
Okay.
Vanilla. Vanilla is a wonderful self-love herb, and you can get bubble bath or bath salts with that. Bath salts are very cleansing. If you combine the two, lay in the bath and just close your eyes and just practice breathing. And when you get out of that bath, you're going to feel completely different. Yes, you're still going to have some sadness because this is an end to something that you're very used to and a beginning of something new and amazing. Okay?
Okay.
So try that. If you're still struggling, come visit me on my website and I'll give you some more tips on how to do the self-love and let go of the negative energy that you're going to have for a little while as you mourn a relationship, and we'll boost you back up and get you ready for the next phase of your really wonderful adventure.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, darling. You have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Charlotte in Spokane, Washington. Colette,
Hi.
I'm sorry. Colette.
Yeah.
You're from the same state I was originally from. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. So what can I do for you today?
I would just like, I don't know, I've never had one of these before, really, actually. Just like a general reading, I guess.
A general reading. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what would you... General readings can be a lot of different things. Is there a particular subject you would like to focus on?
How about like, I don't know, financial stability, maybe towards that way?
Okay. Would you like would you like me to do your reading intuitively, or would you like me to use the cards, dear?
Wow. How about the cards?
Okay.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and grab them.
Or maybe like abundance. Is abundance nearby?
Well, we can certainly find out. I hope you guys are doing okay with all the wildfires out there.
Yeah, we're doing all right.
I have family and friends out there still, and they're saying the smoke is everywhere.
Yeah, it is. It's gotten bad over the last few days, definitely.
Well, make sure you take care of yourself. Drink lots of green tea to keep all that muck out of you.
Yeah.
Well, darling, you wanted to know about abundance. So let's talk about the abundance going on. Wow.
I've been getting into watching card readings on YouTube, so I'm really kind of like, fascinated, I guess, with how it works.
I want to tell you, I wish I had pulled cards like this for myself because I would be jumping up and down for joy. Okay?
Okay.
What I'm seeing, honey, is in the next few months, there's going to be a financial opportunity coming your way. Okay, so here's your abundance. You're going to have some money coming in and an opportunity that you could either say no to or say yes to, and I highly encourage saying yes to. The reason being is that even though it's not going to be like a financial fix, like right away, like someone's going to just sit here and give you a check. No, that's not going to happen. But this is long-term money that's going to be coming in bits and pieces. And it's going to make your financial situation a whole lot more stable. It's going to allow bills to be easier to be paid. And the cards are telling me that you're going to end up with money left over for things for you to have fun with. Go on vacation, spoil yourself or family.
Wow.
So, even though it's not one chunk, here you go, you won the lottery.
Yeah.
it's long term, it's going to really ease things for you. So it's not as fast, but it is there and it is coming. Now, they do caution being careful with, spontaneous purchasing. So, if you want a new car, I would wait a little bit, sleep on it, make sure it's the right car for you before purchasing. So careful with those spontaneous purchases. Is there somebody that has recently connected with you from the past? Charlotte? Colette, sorry. I'm sorry. Colette, are you still there? Pardon me, you guys. I am getting over a cold here, so. Okay, well, let's see. Well, I'm going to go ahead and keep this. Pardon me, 1 minute. Like I said, excuse me, I am getting over a cold here. I am seeing a lot of optimism, but I'm seeing somebody, from your past coming back in your life.
Okay.
So I would like you to be very careful with this person because they bring opportunities, but they can also bring a lot of suffering in your life. I feel like this person. Hi.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I was talking about a person from your past. I don't know if someone's coming into your life already or if they're on their way very shortly, but somebody from your past is popping back in. And this person had strong feelings for you. Right? This person was in love with you at some point. Now, you need to, as much as this person can bring joy into your life, they can also bring a little bit of drama, and ruffle some feathers. So I just want you to be aware and be careful of that person. I do feel that that person would be a very good friend in the long run, but they kind of need to keep their emotions towards you in check, or, you make sure that the boundaries are very set, that they are just a friend.
Okay.
Okay, and then you have some things from your past that you're still kind of holding on to, emotional.
Yeah.
Now, we need to work on letting that go, okay? Because it's holding you up emotionally on truly connecting with other people. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, if you'd like, you can come to my website, and honey, I will help you and give you tips on how to let that go. But I really do feel that this is what is holding you back. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Are you all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm okay. It's just weird because someone already knows without me even explaining it, and it's just, awesome.
Well, I want you to surrender to yourself, okay? That way you can let it all go. You want to be the best you that you can be. And you want to be the best you that you can be for other people in your family. And the best thing you can do is on working on letting that go. Forgive yourself for letting it hurt this long. And we just push it all go. And just push it and let it go. Okay?
Okay. Uh-huh.
And you will be
I've been
amazed.
trying to work on it. Okay.
Yeah, you'll be amazed on how much will come towards you when you're more open. And we sometimes think we're open, but we're really kind of closed off because of that nitpicking past. So I will help you, okay? I will help you kick that past out of your way.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
I hope you have a wonderful day, dear, and thank you so much. I feel very honored to be your first reading.
Thank you. Okay, have a good day.
You too. Oh, I'd love to thank all my callers for calling in today. That's wonderful. I get so honored when I'm someone's first reading. It really touches me when they can choose me and they trust me to give those readings. So I would love if everybody would try those grounding techniques this week, because with the way everything in the world is going, the way the planets and the stars are aligning, emotions are going to be all over the place for a little while. Sometimes we need to take a step back and really just think about what we're doing. And the words that come out of our mouths have an effect on someone else. So next time you feel yourself being a little stressed or angsty or just frustrated, just breathe and just take a minute and choose your words carefully, because your words have power, they have meaning, they have energy behind them. And if we could all just say something nice to someone else, we can change the world and the perspective that everybody has. We can change the energy of what is going on with our positive words. So I wish you guys the best week possible. And I can't wait to talk to you guys on Tuesday again. If you would love to see more of me, visit ladyravenmiller.com, or you can find me on Facebook, Lady Raven Miller, or over on Facebook, Lady Raven Radio. And we can chat, connect. I'd love to help each and every one of you. And since it's towards the end of my show, I'm going to leave you guys with positive energy, as I do with all of my shows. I hope you all have a blessed weekend. If you're in need of healing, whether it be physical or emotional, please accept this healing. Thank you, and I hope that energy helps, whether you're healing emotionally or physically, or you just needed some good vibrations through your life as you're getting through a tough day. Please visit me at ladyravenmiller.com or on Facebook. I'd love to thank my wonderful callers for calling in. I so enjoyed talking to each of you. And all of you sitting at home watching or listening, thank you. Thank you for being here and blessing me with your presence. Porsche, Colette, thank you. Thank you very much. I was very honored. And until next Tuesday, where I will be here again with you with some more tips and tricks on how to help you in your daily life. Bring that good energy in and moving the bad energy out so we can all be our best selves. Until then, take a nice bath and some Epsom salts. Get those energies going. Don't forget our grounding we talked about. Put those 2 feet on the ground. And hopefully that'll help you. And if it doesn't, we'll go with another plan. Anyways, everybody, like I said, thank you for being here. It was a pleasure being here with each and every one of you. Oh, I don't want to leave because you guys are so wonderful. Until next week, you guys, I really appreciate each and every one of you. Bless each and every one of you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Third Wish with Arno. Live from the thirdwish.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Third Wish
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everyone, my name is Arno and I'm with the Third Wish. I am delighted for my first show on A1R Radio Network. You can find me at thethirdwish.net on my Patreon page, The Third Wish. I have been reading cards and being a psychic since I'm 7, and I've been developing my tools using tarot and oracle cards. I was born in France 20 years ago, and I am now in San Francisco, California. I really believe in the manifestation and the law of attraction. And today, for this first show, we will have 3 segments. I wanted to talk a little bit about current events and giving you some prediction that a number of my clients are asking about what is going on with COVID and the US election. So in a little bit, you will hear me talk a little bit about what I think is happening with those events. And then we will do a little bit of an experiment, a psychic experiment. I do have a message for every single one of you, and it might be a different message. And so we will be playing with that and hoping you get something that's very helpful for you. And then in a little bit towards the end, I will take a few callers that we have on the radio. So let's get started. Welcome, everyone. The first topic I really wanted to chat about was a number of questions that I've been getting from my clients recently and frankly in the last couple of months. We do know that COVID-19 has been very hard on people and to some degree has been blocking us to pursue our dreams for the most part. And so the questions that I get most of the time is, Arno, what do you see for the disease? What do you see for this pandemic? And so I wanted to share with you a little bit of the information that I'm getting through my readings, but also from my cards when I do a couple guides, and I ask my guides to provide some information on what we can expect. So the first thing is that that disease, the virus, will be here for a while. It will continue to impact our lives and the economy. And in a way that is quite destructive and preventing us to move forward in many ways. But it is also an opportunity to reflect. It is an opportunity to look back in terms of what we really want in our lives. And it is an opportunity from that standpoint. My guides also talk about how the virus is coming in waves. It will come on and off, as you can see in some countries going up, the cases going up, going down. But to some degree, we learn how to manage it. A couple other messages that I'm getting is that particularly children and teenagers, despite what we think are at risk, even though they might not show the symptoms, they might be contagious. And finally, there's a lot of unknowns. We know that there are a lot of unknowns with this disease. And some of the information out there might not be right. And so just wanted to pass that on because that was a very strong message from my guides. So to close on that topic, I think it's important that we reflect on what it means for our lives, how to restart, how to reboot our lives, and then also take that as an opportunity, knowing that we will be in a way to manage this much better as the days come. The other aspect is that I wanted to talk about the US election. I get the number of questions from all of my clients in terms of what do you see coming in as we get to November 3rd. I know we have an audience here from the entire world, but even though if it's in the US, it's impacting the entire world. So the first thing I wanted to say about it was that during the time of the election, we will be in November 3rd, and planet Mercury turns retrograde from October 14th to November 3rd, and it ends on November 3rd, even though we have a shadow after that. So the fact that the election is on the last day of Mercury retrograde is definitely a concern. The retrograde, and we will be talking about that in my next shows, is a factor where we see the planet looks like it's going backward, it's going retrograde. It's not, it's an illusion. But we know that whenever we are in this period, we are facing disruptions. We are facing disruptions in communications. We are facing disruption in electronics, in travel, in the little details that go wrong. And so having an election on that day is a really of a concern to me, because it is probably going to bring a lot of irregularities, confusion, sudden changes, and potentially legal issues that will come. So my prediction for the election day will be, it is going to be a big challenge. We are expecting that maybe the result will not come in a manner that will be very clear to everyone. And it has its own set of challenges. I get sometimes a question, particularly who's going to win. And with this challenge, it's very hard to tell. But I got a little bit of information. So for the Biden-Harris team, I do feel that they will have a lot of energy going into the campaign, as they do, but they will also be making some mistakes and feeling challenges, particularly towards the end, where there might be an October surprise there. The Trump-Pence campaign will also actually make some mistakes. So on both sides, it's going to be close. And they will face also some questions towards the end as the campaign and the meaning of the campaign. And so it will be very, very close. With the Trump-Pence campaign, I do see a female, a woman, coming into play. She will come towards October, November. And I'm not sure who that woman is. It could be Melania or Ivanka, but she will play a role, a definite role. So I wanted to share that with you. I know that it might be a little bit unsettling to know that it might get very challenging on the election day. But as we get closer, I'll be more than happy to share with you where we are. And I believe in free will. I believe in change. Nothing is ever set in stone. Those are the energy that are coming to me now. And I wanted to share that with you, if that might help you with your own lives and getting a sense of where things are. So now I wanted to do this little psychic experiment with you. I wanted to deliver a message for every single one of you. And I am trying to bring a personalized message. So I will show you 3 flowers. A white rose, like this one here. A red rose. As well as a sunflower. And I would like you to mentally think of the flower you would like to choose. Is it the white rose? Is it the red rose? Or is it the sunflower? And I'm giving you some time to zone in and think of which flower feels more close to you at this moment. And I'm giving you a second to breathe in and think of the flower of your choice. Right. So now that you made your choice, I will be delivering the message. And I have, before this show, picked the tarot cards that are associated with the flower, and I will be delivering this message to you now. So for the very first one, the white rose, the message here is that the card, as you can see here, is the Page of Cups. The Page of Cups, if you pick the first one, is about creative opportunities. It's about intuition and messages. It's about curiosity. It's about embracing your inner child. It's about you finding the creativity in your life. You are at a stage in your life that you are bringing towards you the playful side, the fun side, the time to create new projects, time to receive, and time for new beginnings. So it's a very strong message of hope. It's a very strong message of a positive message that are also related to birth in the most symbolic manner. And that is the energy that you are embracing right now. So it's very powerful, and I encourage you to start new things, to live your dream, because you are at the stage where you're receiving all this. Now, if you pick the red rose, the card associated with that is the world. The world is a very powerful card. It talks about completing a cycle. You have actually achieved something, and you should be very proud of it. This is about completing that cycle and also taking a step to reflect, and a pause to reflect on what you accomplished and being ready for the next adventure. 21, the world in the tarot, is the last card, and it brings you back to a new cycle. So if you pick the red rose, I would really encourage you to, one, reflect on all the great that you've accomplished, and two, what is next in your adventure. And then finally, the sunflower. If you pick that card and that flower, the card that is associated with it is the Seven of Wands. The Seven of Wands, we are talking again about a success. So you're probably in a situation where you have achieved, but you're on top of the mountain. And now it's time to hold your ground. It's time to defend the position that you're in. It's time to think about people that might be jealous of you, or people that looking up in what they think with you. So we're talking here about a time of challenges, of perseverance, of competition, and the ability for you to thrive through that and stay on top of that mountain. And so if this is the card you choose, the flower you choose, I really encourage you to brace yourself, to think about your next chapter, but also how you're going to protect and how you're going to defend what you built. It is very, very important. So with that, I hope that those messages resonated with you, because they're very important. And next week on the show, we will look at the next sets of messages. But I would definitely would love to hear from you if those messages resonated. Again, you can find me on the Third Witch, thethirdwitch.net, or on my Patreon page, The Third Wish. Now I believe we have a caller, Linda in Panama City, Florida.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm having just a little bit of trouble hearing you, so if I have to repeat myself or...
Good. I can hear you very, very well. I hope you can hear me better now.
Okay.
What is your question, Linda?
Well, not really anything specific. I mean, I was just married 2 months ago, and it's been a really challenging year for everybody. And anything that any kind of information you may have.
Sure.
Maybe financial.
Okay. Stay with me for a second.
Okay.
All right, Linda. I think in the next couple of months, the challenges that you face will continue for a certain degree. But definitely towards the end of the year, when you think about the period around November, I would say, I do see someone that is coming to help you. It could be a friend, but I feel this is someone you don't know yet. This is someone that will come your way, and at the time he or she will come, you will feel that he or she will help you find ways to resolve some of your problems and bring you some help. On the financial side, I think that you will be surprised. There's some good news coming your way. Again, it's going to take a couple months, but I do see an extra income coming, and it will be towards the end of November, early December. It's related to a new project, or it's related to some money that is coming your way that will really, even though it's not a huge sum, but it will really help you, continuing on with your life. So on both counts, it's very positive, but I would tell you to wait for a few more weeks if you can. We were talking about Mercury retrograde for a second. I was mentioning to you that during the time of the election, about October 14 to November the 3rd, this will be Mercury retrograde. And so maybe this is the time to talk a little bit about what Mercury retrograde represents. It is a challenge for everyone. During the time of Mercury retrograde, we seem to be taking a step back a little bit of what we've experienced with COVID-19. A lot of things go wrong, and they're expected to go wrong. It's a time of redo, rethink, reorganize. And so that time is coming pretty soon. We're in September now, and it's coming mid-October. And so during that time, I really encourage you to think about how to handle this difficult period, but to make the best of it. And for example, if you think about, this time, it is a time to think of not starting new projects. It's really looking back at what you have in your life and how to arrange things in a different way that will help when the end of the Mercury retrograde starts. So right after November 3rd, we'll still be doing a little bit with the shadow of Mercury retrograde. And so it will still be challenging, but as the time will go by, that energy will get dissolved. And so what's really exciting is that when we're done with this, and it's actually true for the election, but it's also true for our personal lives, we will have a period of growth. We will have a period of excitement because we'll be able to get into a new direction. And it's a little bit the message with the virus and the pandemic and, the challenges that, for example, Linda brought back earlier, that, it's been hard on everyone. But the end is coming, especially when we get to the end of the year. The holidays, particularly, and next year will bring us a way forward that will help us get into 2021 in a much, much better place. So, yeah, we can definitely look at, this year as being a difficult year, but what's coming for 2021 is so much better. And so I think it's one way to look at it and to really feel good about where we are. We have a new caller on the phone, Samantha, in the state of New York. Hi, Samantha.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Do you have a question, Samantha?
I guess my question would be, do I have to have a specific question?
I can do a general reading if you want.
Okay, that would be great.
Yeah. Let me look a little bit what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, I think Samantha, I think in your mind there's a lot of questions regarding business and money in particular. Is that right?
What was that? I can't hear it because I can't really hear you.
Oh, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yes, I was telling you, I do see that money and business are very strong in your mind. Is that true?
Yes.
Yes. I think you had to deal with some challenges in the recent past about money and business. The good news that I see is that I see those challenges being resolved forward and actually pretty quickly. What will happen is that someone is coming to help. I see a man coming, and he does have access to business. He does have access to a number of opportunities for you. And so those issues that you've been having will get resolved, and they will be resolved quickly in the next 4 or 5 weeks.
Great. Cool.
Good. We have time for another question if you want.
I have a question. Will honestly answer? Obviously, you're going to answer honestly, but will my depression or whatever is going on with me or wrong or whatever, will that ever go away?
Sure. Let me look at it. Yes, it's gonna take a little bit of time, you know. It's gonna get to the end of the year. I'm afraid to get to this phase of stress and difficulties, and I was talking about that a little bit earlier with obviously everything going on at the moment. But the good news that I see is that once you pass this phase, you will feel so much better. I would say starting in January, and this is coming from the point of view of love. There is either a friendship or relationship that is coming your way that's really going to lift your spirits, and you will see the world in a totally new way. And so I think you will be very pleased with the love that you'll find around you.
Cool. So I'm going to look forward to January. That's going to be what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah. Hang in there. I know it feels like a long time, but you'll see it will go pretty fast. And you will have friends along the way, but it's really about waiting for the January period to come so that you really feel much, much better. There's definitely some very nice surprise coming for you, and you will have people around you that will make you feel so much better.
Thank you. That gives me something to really look forward because I've been a little hopeless for many, many years now.
I'm sorry to hear that, but there is something coming for you, and you will feel much better. I am pretty sure of it. So thank you so much for your question, and wishing you the very best, Samantha.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling.
Thank you. And I think we're nearing close to the end of the show. I just wanted to say thank you very much to everyone who attended today. This was an amazing experience for me. This was my first show here on our network radio, and I can't wait for next week and hear your feedback. Please reach out to me on thethirdwish.net or on my Patreon page, The Third Wish. You reach out to me. I'm also available for private appointments, and so grateful for all of you out there. Thank you so much. Wishing you all the very best.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Ask Rebecca radio show with Rebecca Russo. Live from AskRebecca.guru. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Ask Rebecca radio show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope that you're doing well and that you had a great week. The month of September is officially here and has started. Quick update on Lauren. Her kidneys were failing and she had to have stents put in them. Yesterday, she had to have another surgery to replace the original stents with different ones in hopes that they would do a better job at improving her kidney function. They're monitoring her all of today and overnight. The surgery itself went well. I was texting with her a little bit. She felt like things were successful and she's feeling pretty good and optimistic. But like I said, they're going to be monitoring her overnight. And if things go well and her kidney function improves, she will be released tomorrow from the hospital to go home. Now, if her kidney function doesn't improve, then unfortunately she's going to have another surgery to replace the stents with nephrostomy tubes. And I probably butchered the name of that, but these particular tubes basically mean she would have tubes and a bag sticking out of her back in the area of her kidneys, which will make life even more unpleasant and uncomfortable for her. So I am asking you to please pray that her kidney function improves and that, we see some massive improvements overnight, which will then allow her to go home instead of having to go through even more challenging times with her situation. Again, both from myself and from Lauren, we thank you for your prayers and we appreciate the donations. And it's just helping make life a little bit easier with the donations. But the biggest and most important thing that is of gratitude is your prayers. The prayers, we're praying for a miracle. We're praying that she is going to heal and get through this difficult time since her prognosis was so doom and gloom and bleak. So we're putting our faith and trust in God. So we appreciate all the prayers. Let's keep them coming, and I will give you an update next week. And those of you that are on my email list, when I email out the show tomorrow, I'll give you an update at that point because I'm going to touch base with her again. Okay, let me working on my notes here, having computer error, technical difficulties. Okay, moving on to September overview. Most of the month will bring your attention to your daily life and to your daily routines. You'll notice how they affect you in a much bigger way than what you may have believed. You'll be looking to declutter lots of areas and see where you are inefficiently in the areas, basically physically, mentally, and spiritually, right? So you're going to be forced to look at those areas, whether it's through challenges. We have different energies at play, so either way, you need to just look at where you're cluttered in your life with people, places, things, or even your home. If you have stuff laying around everywhere, just clutter. You know what I'm talking about, clutter. And what I would like to say when it comes to clutter is a cluttered space equals a cluttered mind, and it makes it really difficult to experience clarity because basically your outside reality is mimicking your thoughts and what your brain is doing. So it really is about mastering your thoughts and gaining clarity through that way. And obviously, you know, I'm a big pusher of God, so connect with God. This time is also about taking responsibility for what you're experiencing and bringing into your life based on the routines that you've set up for yourself and based on the beliefs that you have and that you've created from the time you came out of the womb, right? There's beliefs that have been set up. And whether those beliefs are based in truth or not, they're what you are experiencing, and you've got to unplug from that, right? The mind really is the matrix of this reality, I guess is kind of the way that I could explain it. But either way, that's what's going to be kind of going on. And those of you who do not have routines or your daily affairs in order, well, then that's going to be made clear to you as well, where maybe you need to basically set some things in motion for yourself so that you can, again, maybe feel more structured in nature to help you achieve your goals. And, you know, this is all tied to changes that you need to make, and the biggest one is shifting to accountability and responsibility. And you're basically getting the opportunity to focus on cleaning up your life, bringing your attention back to your life instead of being distracted by others and the things that are playing out on the world stage. Maybe it feels a little bit boring, maybe it's a little bit of the mundane kind of things, but they're super important. It's important to get your life in order and get it in order where really strengthening your spiritual connection. And if you have a strong spiritual connection, well, then you've got to work on your mind and you've got to work on your body. And, you know, so it's that trinity that you've got to be working on in order to really, you know, be the design of God's perfect creation. Okay. You're also going to be bringing your attention, the caution that I was feeling about this month is not to allow this energy to suck you into the material world, and not to lose sight of strengthening your relationship with God, and also not getting, you know, sucked into the drama, because that's going to be very easy to do this month, and I'll get into that in a second. You'll also experience rewards from hard work that you've put into your life, whether it's the work area, love, finances, health, and spirituality. It'll probably be a combination of all of those things. You're going to start seeing your hard work pay off, and you know that's going to be awesome, and that's going to keep you motivated to working on those things. You'll also have the energy to remain focused on and work towards long-term goals and your sense of security. So the energy is going to be prime for you to remain focused. Now, at the same time, this energy, though, is going to slowly begin to shift to more of a lazy vibe, right? It's going to be more lazy, and we've kind of had that this whole year where it's go, 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 slow down, feeling lazy, feeling lethargic, working through some stuff, and then go, go, go. So basically, you're feeling that shift to more of a lazy vibe, and with that, it's going to also bring distractions into your life to pull you away from the bigger picture of things. The other challenges that arise this month are from trying to force things to happen before they're ready. So you're forcing, and when you're forcing, you're working against God's plan for you, right? Which that will then manifest itself into frustration and anger. Do your best to just be in the flow. If something isn't happening on your timeline, it's because God is in charge of that timeline, and you are not. You are in charge of how you deal with it and cope with it, and whether or not you're going to choose to listen to the higher guidance that's coming to you through the form of your intuition, or if you're going to basically not listen, and then what happens when you force yourself to do something, or others are trying to force you to do something, and you're going against what you're feeling and the guidance that you're receiving, well, then you're allowing yourself and opening yourself up to negative energies to come in and create confusion and chaos in your life. So when you're experiencing confusion and you're experiencing chaos, it's because you're not listening. You're not listening. You're not listening, right? You're disconnected from that higher power, the God, God that created you. So unfortunately, these negative energies are very much going to be present, and they will attempt to create much stress in your life, especially this month, but going forward, like I feel that the level of intensity is going to increase more and more as we move into this massive time of change. And if you don't believe in God and you aren't working on understanding what is going on in this world, and you're just really caught up in the material reality and the physicality of this life, well, that's run by the false light, and you're going to continue to fall into a steady flow of chaos, and life is going to continue to be strong, is going to still come in the form of struggle for you. With that being said, this month will also bring about huge catalysts and opportunities to change your viewpoint and allow you to open yourself up to the idea that everything you've been taught and told is a lie. Yeah. This may sound completely ridiculous to you, but in the end, you will know for certain, and by that time, it potentially will be too late for you. And so, again, open yourself. This is the best time right now. The situation that we're in is really giving us the opportunity to change our way of life, and you can redirect your energy and focus to the spiritual side of things. And I recommend diving into the Bible. That's kind of what I've been doing, but I'll get into that later. Okay, so basically what is happening is the old system will continue to break down this month, while a new one is continuing to rise up. And unfortunately, the new system is going to be an even bigger deception coming in the form of good. So everything is changing. And I know that you sense it. And I know that there's so many of you out there that are feeling something just isn't right. Something doesn't feel right. And now that you have that feeling, question it. Seek guidance. Seek the truth. Look. Because on the personal level, that system that's breaking down is also affecting you on a personal level of your old way of doing and your old way of being and your old way of believing, and the old structures and systems that you've set up for yourself that you've gotten comfortable with in life are also breaking down. And that can be very uncomfortable and very chaotic. And you are seeing that play out in the world right now, but it's also affecting you on a personal level. So it's really learning to detach from that, to unplug from that system, and really, what do you have to lose by trying something completely different and putting your faith and trust in God instead of what you see in front of your face through the system that is false, right? And again, if you do research, you're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. So, again, strengthen your connection, seek truth, you will get validated, and you will find yourself experiencing deeper levels of peace, and they will be deeper than you've ever experienced in your life. So I highly recommend that you do so. And, I would just say don't knock it until you try it. And again, you have nothing to lose. You have absolutely nothing to lose by trying something completely different from what you're used to doing. Because let's be honest, if we're honest with ourselves, it's not working, right? And those of you who are open to this and who have been doing that, you're already experiencing your life in a profound way, in a peaceful way, in a very fulfilling manner, because you have basically given your burdens over to God. Now, you'll also see some really positive changes where you're feeling guided to work on your body as well. You want to become healthier. I feel like everybody's going to be wanting to exercise, and that's kind of already started right now with the whole situation. Everybody's a little more health conscious, and I think that's a really good thing. But you're also going to be working on body, mind, spirit. So it'll be all three that you're working on this month. So for the most part, it feels like a pretty good month with, it's life. So there's challenges. You're constantly being pulled in one direction or another because you have to use your free will to make a choice. Okay. All right. Let's get into what you can expect from today, September 1st through to September 8th, as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. And after the intuitive messages, I'll get into more of the silent spiritual war that we're currently facing, and I will then do another separate video on my YouTube channel showing you some video evidence of the things that I discuss. General themes for this week. This week will be highly emotional, meaning whether you are feeling happy or sad, you're going to be feeling it more intensely. You may also have, I'm reading my notes and I typed very fast and just completely screwed up what I was writing. But the gist of it is that you may also move through different emotions very quickly at the same time. So, you know, all in a day, you could experience every single emotion on this spectrum, and you could feel it intensely, all of them. So it's going to be kind of a weird week with that. But, you know, just roll with it. Do the best that you can. I would just recommend feeling what you need to feel, but don't attach to them, right? Basically, don't let your emotions control you. We can also see some drama, fears, addictions, patterns of behaviors, and spiritual confusion come about this week, depending on whether or not you are taking responsibility and accountability for what you experience in your life. Then you're likely to have breakthroughs in whatever challenge that you might face this week, whatever highly emotional situation that could come about. You are going to have some major breakthroughs, but that breakthrough is only going to happen if you are taking responsibility and accountability. So a lot of people don't want to do that. They want to remain in victim consciousness, and they want to blame everybody else for what they're experiencing in their life, and, you know, pretending or deceiving themselves into believing that they don't have any other choice but to experience what they are experiencing. And they aren't open to hearing people like myself telling you, hey, maybe try this way, right? They can believe in all kinds of stuff without proof or evidence of it, but can't believe in a higher power. So a higher power, God, that created you. So just think about those things. Okay, you may also feel some pressure around love and money. That is the Virgo energy that's coming in here. At the same time, though, there can be new ways of generating income and new breakthroughs in love. You just have to change the way that you're doing things, right? Get more grounded. And if you strengthen your connection with the divine, you're going to be guided exactly in how to do that. You're going to be guided, I promise you. Now, this can also show up in the form of push, pull, release, if that makes sense. Work, for those of you that are employed, I feel more people will be transitioning to working to home, you know, from physically going to a location and basically working online at home. I feel like there's going to be different systems and structures put in place, and even if temporarily it's a little bit chaotic where, you know, maybe you're waiting on a company computer, so you have to use your own computer, and then you need to wait on a phone line and all these different things. But it feels like many of you are going to be transitioning in a new way, and maybe even some of you that have gone back to work, that might shift to go back to working from home. So kind of maybe what it is the opposite of what you are doing right now. It just feels like a merging of the two. It's home and work merging. And I also feel some feminine energies here at play that will be very supportive, along with an overall nice workflow, which to me signifies there's progress, there's kind of forward momentum, and this feminine energy that comes in, I feel like could potentially be connected to a person who is really going to help you in some form when it comes to work and maybe your career. Unfortunately, I do feel as though some of you will be feeling dissatisfied more and more with your current situations. This week, I kind of, sorry, my notes are all messed up, you guys, so I'm trying to interpret what the heck I was trying to say here. So this week, things are going to be good, okay, for the most part, but they could be intense because of the emotional undercurrents at play. So if you're feeling dissatisfied, it's just going to be a heightened sense, and there's a reminder to take accountability for what you're feeling and why you're feeling what you're feeling, and really consider, can you do something about it, even if it means changing your attitude and outlook by shifting into a space of gratitude for the fact that you even have a job right now, because there's many people that aren't able to work. Those of you that are looking for a job, I feel progress, but I'm not feeling any real hiring. Everything feels more to just out-of-the-box type thinking where, you know, you're doing grocery deliveries or helping other people. Like, I just feel like it's other stuff besides the traditional way that work used to happen. And again, there's also this feminine energy here that I feel is at play, which is supporting you with any sort of career changes or maybe making connections for you to find a job or give you some insight into your working life if you aren't currently working. In the area of love, those of you in committed relationships, and actually this week, this message kind of applies to both committed and singles. There's some negative energies around insecurity, clinginess, neediness, desperation, and chasing. And you may be opening up about your feelings and have discussions about issues that you're noticing in your relationship and you're noticing about yourself. So maybe you're speaking to your partner about these things. If you're not in a relationship, maybe you're bouncing this stuff off of somebody that you trust. Maybe you're bouncing it off of yourself, maybe you're bouncing it off of God, or maybe you're bouncing it off of all of the above. But either way, you're kind of talking about it. You're having realizations around it. Now, to me, you're having to look at this because you have to face it, and you have to face the problem so that you can get it resolved. And I feel like some of you are having the same issues. You're just experiencing it in different ways. Like your partner, you're mirroring your issues to each other, but you're just projecting blame and acting it out in different ways. And like I said, this message kind of applies to both couples and singles. It's a lot of transformation and change in this area that's happening. And also with singles, there's a need to change and increase your self-esteem and self-worth in order for a healthy love relationship to come your way, or so that you can get better at picking and discerning who you're choosing, right? So you're attracting people into your life, but because of the way this system is set up, you're attracting good and you're attracting bad. But if you're constantly choosing the bad, you've got to take a look at yourself, because you're the one that's making that choice, and you have to take responsibility for that. So that is going to basically, again, come about because that is this whole month theme of accountability and responsibility and bringing clarity to those things. Finances, changes I feel are looming, for some positive, for some negative. There's just change, and we'll have to see how it plays out for you this particular week. Health, balance, and taking your time to work on your physical vessel. I feel like it's going to be high stress and high emotions. Spirituality, work on shifting to a positive attitude, strengthening your connection to God. You could feel some depression, maybe some sadness. The other energy at play here is to work on trusting yourself and trusting your communication from the Holy Spirit, or in other words, God. Seek truth for yourself and don't just blindly follow anyone, including me, right? Because I'm also I'm sharing my connection of what I'm receiving from God. but I'm human. I could be misinterpreting things. So again, you've got to do your due diligence, and you have to establish your own guidance and your own connection with God. So that wraps up the intuitive messages for this week. Let me briefly get into, I've only have a few minutes left, so let's get into the spiritual war. And those of you who have been watching my videos, especially last week's 4-hour-long video that I did, I'm sure it put you into a bit of turmoil. Waking up to this information, especially when you clearly see that something isn't right, that part of what you're seeing really is making a lot of sense, it can put you into a state of really high emotions, and it can feel like your whole world is just, it's just been ripped from your existence, right? I get it. I've been there, and I've been going through this in varying degrees over the last several years. I've finally gotten to the point of understanding enough to where God, I feel, has been pushing me to begin to share this information with you. Now, some of you, my regular clients, the ones that I've had a connection with for many years, we've talked about these things in our private sessions, but it's not something that I've really gotten into deeply on, a broader platform like this out in the open. But I have been feeling very guided to share this information, and like I said, I've been pushed to do so. And believe me, I really didn't want to because it's downright uncomfortable, and I know that it will cause some people to walk away from me or make judgments against me. But the message that I received from God was loud and clear, and that's not my burden to carry at all. That's whoever walks away, that's their burden. And maybe they come back once they get some realizations or see some evidence of the things that I've talked about, and then they come back. And if they don't, that's okay, because you either want the truth and unconditional love, which can be a bitter pill to swallow, or you don't, because you've fallen for the deception of the false truth and unconditional love, which is easy. So in other words, you either believe in God or you deceive yourself into thinking you believe in God. And I feel like we're meant to uncover and discover these truths together without our ego involved. So I want to try to bring some clarity, and I've got a minute left, and I think I can get this out if I talk really quickly. I want to try and bring some clarity so that you can understand that what I'm showing you is this earth is run by deception, and we are moving from an energy of evil to one of false light. Basically, we are going from evil to bad before Jesus, God, comes in and officially cleans house. The false light that is emerging is what you're seeing at play in politics now. Trump is being propped up as the savior, and for others, it's Biden. And I can tell you now that I seriously doubt Biden's going to win, because he is the old beast system, or the swamp, or the deep state is maybe a term that's more familiar to you. And I'm going to leave it here because I only have 30 seconds left. So thank you all for tuning in. I can't wait to connect with you next week. The rest of this message is going to be under Spiritual War video number 4. I will see you next week. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Amanda Hall Psych
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV. You're here with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast in Australia. I hope you've had an interesting and enlightening week wherever you are in this world of ours. I mean, it's certainly the silly season, I think, around the world as all the politicians start to sort of line up for respective elections and everything that are coming on. I know in the US of A, you're right in the thick of it now with, elections are probably dominating all your newscasts. Here in Australia, we've got a various amount of local elections happening, and I'm sure there's other ones happening around the world too. And if you're like me, you sort of get a little bit numb to it all after a while. You sort of feel like they're campaigning all the time, never mind just at election time. And I think that's the general thing. I mean, I think 2020 has been a year where a lot of us have sort of started to tune out a little bit because we just sort of feel there's been so much negativity and so many people chattering at you at what you should and shouldn't be doing that you just want to sort of get off the merry-go-round for a little while and just take a deep breath and exhale and say, wow, life can be this simple and life can be sort of easier than what it has been. So that leads me to the Simply Tarot card of the week this week, which is the Hanged Man. Now, it's really interesting because for those of you that follow me on my Facebook page, you'll know that I draw a card of the day every day. And it was interesting because the Hanged Man was the one I drew yesterday for the card of the day, and it happened to come out again today for the card of the week. So I think that's really sort of sending us an extremely powerful message that the Hanged Man is getting stronger in oneself after a lot of deliberating and delaying in your life. Now, isn't that an interesting card to come out, considering the year that we've all had, where we sort of feel like we have been hanging upside down and sort of we're at everybody else's mercy. But it's given us a chance, I think, to really sort of delve inside ourselves and ask ourselves, what is important to us? Where are we going? What do we want to achieve? And how has life changed in the last 6 to 12 months? And it's an interesting sort of card because I don't think many of us really thought at the beginning of 2020 that we were going to have a year that we were ahead of us that we've had. We all had this great idea of everything being sort of, positive and moving forward, and we'd be able to achieve so many things in our lives, and it's been a very different equation. So I suppose that's what life is about, isn't it? It's about adjusting, learning to adjust and move with the times of things that are happening and changing in our lives. So I want to focus on the candle of the week. And it's interesting because before the show, I always draw the candle first before I draw the card. And I chose the love candle because I just sort of felt that we could all do with a little bit more love in our lives. Whether it's self-love or whether it's loving somebody or just loving being alive, I think is probably a good equation at the moment. And for those of you that aren't well around the world, love can also sort of try and brighten your day a little bit and maybe make you feel a little bit better. And I think we all need love. We all need some form of love in our lives. And there's been many, many songs written about love over the years, and too many to mention, of course. And, love takes on many different energies from time to time. Sometimes love makes us feel like we can sing and fly through the day, and other times love makes us feel as if we're sad and disappointed, not knowing where we're going. But whatever it is, I mean, I know they say money makes the world go round, but in my opinion, it's more to do with love. And the love that we give and the love that we receive that I think makes the world go round. So it's an interesting candle to have this week. Even if you don't have one of my love candles, why not get a candle out of the cupboard and sort of just hold it for a couple of seconds and try and infuse it with love. and then light it and sort of be thankful that you are surrounded by love. Let's put some love out into the universe this week. I think it's really, really important because we've got so much stuff going on around the world that I think we could all do with taking a deep breath, exhaling, and sort of allowing some loving energy into our lives. Now, I want to move on to the astrology part of the show, and my inbox is constantly full with people asking me questions at how do I work this out, where do I get my information from. For those of you that aren't familiar with me, I've been in this industry for well over 40 years now, and I've been working with astrology most of my career. And it is a science. It's something that took a lot of hard study and a lot of research and a lot of learning and a lot of chart work and talking to a lot of people and getting feedback and whatever, until I suppose it almost became second nature to me. And what I do prior to the show is I look at where the transiting planets are. So I pull up a chart for here and now, as it's known, and I look at what transiting or moving planets, where they're sitting, what energy, what patterns, what transits they're making, and that's where I get my information from. So yes, sometimes you might think, gee, she's repeating herself again. She talks about those 3 planets every week that are in Capricorn. Well, that's because they're slow moving. But I also like to try and focus on whatever else jumps out at me off the computer screen as I first open up the program for that particular day, just prior to the show. And I go with what jumps out at me first, because I feel that that's sort of like the universe's way of saying to me, this is where we need to focus. This is the point of the starting point for the astrology section. And this week it was interesting because Mercury, the planet of communication, illuminated off the screen to me. And it was like, okay, Mercury, the planet of communications in Libra. I know what that means and I understand what it means. And I had a little bit of a smile on my face because I thought the politician's greatest asset, Mercury sitting in Libra. They can get out there and they can spin all the BS that they like. And they think that they're delivering it in such a balanced way that everybody's lapping it up and clapping and cheering for them and thinking that they're absolutely doing an amazing job. And I mean all politicians around the world would be feeling a little bit smug at the moment. And then when I looked a little bit closer, it was sitting in opposition. Now, an opposition is something that's uncomfortable. It's like sandpaper. And it was sitting opposite Chiron, the planet, the wounded healer, in Aries. Now, to me, that was sort of like, here's the nation, here's your country, here's the globe. It's in a terrible state at the moment, gripped by a pandemic. And, you know, we're all trying to fight our way through that and try and work out what's the new normal and how do we go about it and what are the restrictions today and are they different from yesterday and what can we can't do and can we send the kids to school? Can we go to work? Can we go to the gym? Can we go and get our nails done or our hair done? And there's so many different changes and there's no right or wrong answer. I think it's just a sort of a section by section or a county by county or a suburb by suburb that restrictions change accordingly due to how the pandemic is behaving itself or not behaving itself in your local area. And that was sort of what I looked at it, and I sort of looked at it as being sort of like on opposite sides of the boxing ring. Here's Mercury on one side and here's Chiron, the planet, the wounded healer, on the other. And in the middle, here's these politicians trying to sort of send across to Chiron, we're doing a really fantastic job. Just sit there and listen. We'll tell you, you know, you just sit there and listen. Don't you sort of jump up and down or sort of ask a question or sort of poke fun at us or ask us something that we're not prepared to answer. We'll just tell you how it is. And I thought, isn't that sort of an interesting way of looking at it? Because there's many people out there spinning their version of the truth at the moment of what they think is going to happen. And, you know, the world's abuzz with, you know, talk of vaccines and all this sort of thing. Look, I'm not saying there won't be a vaccine. Like everybody else around the world, you know, we've got our fingers crossed that will happen. But even, you know, even though they're going at great guns with the speed that they're going with vaccines around the world, it's still not going to be the magic cure that fixes this pandemic overnight. We're not going to be able to snap our fingers and say, you beauty, we've got a vaccine, we can all go back to life as normal tomorrow. It's going to take time. It's going to take time to make sure, first of all, it's safe for people to have it. And then the world's got to go into massive production of producing this, distributing it, inoculating people, and then I suppose making sure that it really does, you know, do the job that it's supposed to do. So it's not just going to be, I think, one magical answer is going to fix this pandemic like the world leaders would have us believe. So just be a little bit aware in the next 7 to 10 days of the BS that comes out of your politician's mouth, and maybe take it with a grain of salt. Are they just there doing a marketing exercise, or is there a slither of truth in what they're saying? And that's what I feel that Mercury in Libra is asking us to do. Each and every one of us is to take our blindfolds off, put our listening ears on, and say, now, what part of this is actually the truth? What part can I believe, and what is, marketing or hype or BS that we can sort of discard? And then I think somewhere through all that, we might start to find some slivers of hope that the world is heading in the right way, even though numbers are increasing and decreasing in other parts of the world. And it's like they get it under control in one part of the world, and bingo, out comes another outbreak, and not really understanding or knowing where it comes from. Yes, we can blame young people going out and being young and having a good time and not social distancing, and I'm not saying that they're not doing that. I'm just saying it's really difficult when you keep putting these restrictions on people to expect them to keep behaving in a manner that you want them to. On one hand, you're telling them one thing, and the next breath you're telling them something completely different. I think what we really need is a unified message that this is exactly what we all need to do. All the countries around the world adopt it, and then maybe, just maybe, we'd be able to rub this pandemic out without a vaccine. If everybody got on the same page and sort of, we all joined hands together. That's my hope anyway, that we could all find some sort of solution like that. Wouldn't it be lovely? At the same time, we've got the sun's actually still sitting in Virgo, which is a nice time of the year because it's a time of the year where we can breathe a little bit more, where we can sort of really start to focus on our physical health. Virgo is the very analytical sign. It's a sign of looking at our diet and exercise and our physical health. So it's the perfect time for people to be sort of really questioning their health, what our authorities are doing as far as this pandemic, what are they doing in our local area, are they handling it right, and maybe some of the ownership comes back to us. What do we need to do responsibly as an individual to protect ourselves? We can't always expect someone else to do the protecting for us. I know for me personally, I've made modifications to my life, and I really think twice now before I step out the door when I go somewhere. Do I really need to do it? What is the risk factor? And is it essential? And maybe they're the sort of questions we all need to live by. It's not saying that we hide ourselves away in a cupboard or a closet, but it's asking the question that, is this an essential journey? How many people are going to be there, and how can I best protect myself during this, outing that I'm going to take, or a trip to the shops, or whatever it might be. So that's what the sun in Virgo is asking each and every one of us to do, is to look at and take some responsibility for ourselves. You may also find that your mind is very one way or the other. There may not be a lot of shades of grey at the moment. It might be very sort of definite for something or definite against something. That's okay. We need to have some strength and direction sometimes. Now, in the next couple of days, we're going to find the planet of Mars is going to go direct in Aries. Now, why is this so important? Mars is the planet of action. It's also the planet of war, and heaven forbid that we ever go into another war. I hope we never see one in our lifetimes and beyond. But I feel it's very interesting at the moment with the way that the world is viewing China, and everybody's got a different opinion, with journalists being thrown out of the country, trade bans, things like that. People are sort of starting to talk about that. I hope they're wrong, but I think, again, it comes back to our politicians and the BS that they're going to be spinning out from one side of the room to the other. Remember the boxing ring, that we need to keep our eye on that too. It's not my role to sort of say to you who's right or who's wrong in this situation. All I'm going to say to you is be very aware of that. As a planet turns direct again after being retrograde or going backwards, it's sort of almost like the danger time. It's when the energy really sort of ramps up. So we need to hope that people are going to keep their communication on a very somber sort of level and not get aggressive, not get cranky, not sort of poke the tiger with a stick. Let's just be sort of very subtle, very gentle, and sort of be firm at the same time without sort of deliberately aggravating someone. Now, that also goes for all of us too. In our personal lives, don't start an argument with somebody just because things are welling up inside you. Maybe take a breather, and if you don't need to talk about it, leave it for a week or so. You know, it's not the perfect time to bring up what's been going through your mind, you know, and you've got this long list of how you think someone else can change, because it may not be the appropriate time. They may not be in a good headspace or ready to accept that. So we're going to take our first call, and it's Ashlyn in Erin, Tennessee. Are you there, Ashlyn? What a very pretty name.
I'm here, and thank you.
Do you have a question I can work with, please, sweetie?
See what now?
Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Okay, so I'm actually wondering if you can sense my grandfather.
Okay, look, it's really difficult for me to tune into somebody with a couple of minutes that we've got on the show. What I suggest is, if you've got a question, I'm happy to answer that for you, and if your grandfather wants to chime in, he will. How's that?
Okay.
So do you have a question about something that you need answering in your life at the moment?
Not that I can really think of. I'm not really sure how all this works.
Well, do you have a question? Is it, you know, are you looking for a new job? Do you want to move? Is there something like that that's going on in your life at the moment?
Yeah, okay. So my car is in the auto shop. It has been there for a very long time now. I'm wondering if it will be fixed anytime soon.
Okay. All right. The first thing I was picking up around you is there's a lot of changes coming into your life. I think this year has been a year where you've really had to take a long, hard look at what's important to you and where you want to go from here. And that's a good thing. But I feel at times, though, that you felt like you've run out of steam, you've run out of energy, that everything's sort of getting too hard. Look, I do feel from the end of this month, moving forward towards the end of the year, I feel that a lot of the things that you've been working on, or things that have become very important to you, will start to sort of unfold, and that's a good thing. I don't feel uncomfortable with what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is your wishes and your desires are going to start to come to fruition now. Has there been a thought going through your mind about moving residence or making some changes to where you're living? Because I keep seeing and feeling movement around where you're living.
I will be going to college in a year.
Right.
And
yeah,
then,
well, that's
I guess.
going to college is a major thing in your life, yes. Has there also been sort of like, I'll put this, it's like you've grown up a lot more than some of your friends around you. It's sort of like you almost sort of feel like you don't fit anymore, or you don't belong anymore.
Yes.
I want to say to you, don't dwell on that. It's a good thing in as much as that it just shows me that you're maturing and you're listening to the guidance of your grandfather, even though you don't know, you know, we all tend to sort of think we're going to have this great epiphany moment where they're going to come down and stand in front of us and we can say, oh, that's definitely granddad or whoever. It's not always that way. They can usually subtly work with us from beyond, where they put ideas, they put thoughts into our mind that we think are our own, but it's them giving us their guidance. It's them working with us to help us to become the strongest, the best people that we can become. I know your grandfather is with you all the time, but I'm also going to say to you, some of this wisdom that you're starting to amass is coming directly from him, even though you may not have acknowledged it in that way. That's where I'm seeing the wisdom coming from. And he's also sort of showing me that you're very, very strong and you need to follow your own judgment. You don't need to follow the rest of the crowd like sheep. You need to be able to be your own person and say, this is what I want and this is where I'm going and this is what's right for me. And by doing that, Ashlyn, you will achieve so much more than you would have. And it's okay to sort of, you know, even when you go away to college, if you don't want to get involved in the social scene as much as everybody else and you want to focus on your studies or you want to do something different, that's okay too. You're allowed to be you. And I think that's the important thing that your grandfather wanted to share with you. He hasn't forgotten you. he's always with you and he's always around you. And I see him he keeps showing me a vision of you being a little girl about 4 where he used to take you for a walk and he'd hold your hand. And that's what he wants you to remember, that at any time things seem overwhelming, take your mind back to being a little girl and you were holding on to his hand and you felt safe because he's always there. He's always looking after you. So I hope that's helped you, Ashlyn, and good luck with you going off to college, sweetheart. So we're going to talk with Tanya. You're very welcome, sweetheart. We're going to talk with Tana Marie in Indianapolis, in Indiana, in the USA. Are you there, Tana Marie?
Sonia.
Do you have a question I can work with, sweetie?
Yeah. Do you do anything legal?
Technically, we're not allowed to do things legal by law, but I can I can go around the situation, if we can put it that way for you.
Okay, so I'm dealing with an ex-boyfriend, and we had an issue, and I'm facing 2 charges, 2 misdemeanor charges, and I just want to know what the outcome is going to be like. I mean, am I going to be able to get on? I mean, this is my first offense. I've never had any charges a day in my life. My kids need me right now. I'm actually with them right now because they're sick, so I need to be with my kids, so I'm trying to beat this. I just want to know the outcome, and I want to know if I can walk away freely from this guy. Because I've completely left him, been away from him for like 4 months. But still, I still got that energy link. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean, and it's because he hasn't acknowledged the fact or accepted the fact that you two are no longer an item. And that makes it really difficult.
But he's only doing this because he's retaliating because he wants me back, but I don't want him back. So he's doing this to me.
Yeah, I understand that, sweetie. But, I mean, until such times as he's prepared to let go energetically, you're still going to feel that energy transfer or that energy pull coming from him. As far as your legal situation...
Is he my karmic partner?
No, the one that you've got the legal battle with, sweetheart.
I know, but I feel like he's more like... He's either my twin flame or my karmic partner. He's teaching me lessons or something. Because I'm always having to do. I feel like I've dealt with him in a past life.
Yeah, he's certainly teaching you lessons. But, I mean, there's all different types of relationships. And we don't have enough time to discuss them all at the moment on the show. But, I mean, in my professional opinion, this would be what I would call a karmic relationship. And not all karmic relationships are toxic. Every relationship we go into, good, bad or indifferent, is there for us to learn some sort of lessons and to understand more about ourselves. But where things become toxic or become karmic is when we keep going back lifetime after lifetime to repeat the same lessons because we don't complete them or achieve them or finish them off in one lifetime. What I am picking up with you and this man that you've got the legal issue with, that this is the 3rd time, 3 lifetimes that you two have been together. Now, the role this time for you is to be able to learn to stand your ground without letting go of who you are and letting go of your principles. And I know that's easier said than done because this man tends to bring out the worst aspects of you, like normally where you could be patient or you could bite your tongue or you could move away from something. It's like you keep going back there for more. And it's only been in the recent few months that you've realised now what are the triggers that he's able to do to make you keep coming back. Even though your head says don't be so stupid, your heart says something different. So to come back to your original question of the legal thing, I still think that there's some work that needs to be done on that by your legal team before we actually go into a court of law. I don't believe that you're going to be removed from your children. But I don't believe you're going to completely beat this either. There is going to be some consequences for the reasons why this has been brought about, but I don't believe the children will be removed from you or you removed from them. But I do think that there will be a price to pay in some way, whether it's a fine or whether it's some community service or whether it's going to be, them sending you off to get some sort of professional help. But that's what I'm seeing coming down.
But what do you see? Do you see what kind of consequence do you see with it being my first offense? Because I know I need to go in and I know I got to go in.
I can't tell you what the judge is going to bring down on the day, but what I can tell you is that I don't believe that this is going to result in your children being removed from you. I do feel that there's going to be, it's going to have a number of layers to what the judge decides is appropriate in this situation, and it may be very different from what you've been advised could happen. I think there's going to be 3 layers to it of what the judge is going to bring down as what he sees as the appropriate action dealing with this moving forward. I think you've got a lot of things to work through, and I know that it's going to be an emotionally taxing time, but I think you've just got to take 1 hour at a time, 1 day at a time, and just approach it in that way. Instead of trying to sort of look at what if this and what if that, let's just deal with the immediate. Let's deal with your children and, you know, make sure that they're on an even keel and that you're listening to what your legal person is saying and approach it in that way. Unfortunately, sweetie, that's where we've got to leave it because we've come to the end of the show, but I wish you every success with your legal problem moving forward. It's always very difficult when we have issues in our lives that we need to sort out, and there's many, many trials and tribulations that we go through in life, and it's sort of a matter of which road do we take, what's right, what's wrong. I can't give you those answers. All I can say to you is follow what feels right for you. We all have a very definite feeling of things about, we know when we're getting into hot water, we know when we're going the wrong road and that we need to make some changes in our lives. And if we all listen to that gut feeling, we'd all make better choices, more informed choices. Sometimes it's not about what's right or wrong. Sometimes it's about following or listening to that gut feeling and saying, okay, this is very strong for a reason. Why is it strong? Why do I feel this way? Maybe I need to explore that a little bit more. So I hope in the next 7 days you start to give yourself a little bit more love in your life and maybe put some nice loving music on the turntable or, you know, whatever way that you get your music fix every day. But the most important thing is to love yourself, be kind to yourself, and make sure that we all sort of sift through the BS that are coming from the politicians and the people that run the countries that we live in, and be kind to each other. It's been a very hard year for most people, and I think the most important thing we can do now is love each other and send loving energy out to the universe. And then that way I think we'll all pick up on that loving energy and we'll all feel that we've got a brighter place to live in and enjoy the season. Here in Australia, we're going into springtime, so the warmth is starting to come in and I come alive then. But for those of you in the Northern Hemisphere, as you're going into your fall and autumn part of the year, enjoy it, embrace the change of the season and get ready for the, you know, the long winter ahead and sort of look forward to sort of, you know, spending some time at home and listening to your favourite music and movies and things like that. It's a very uplifting thing to do. So until next week, bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Sessions with Jenna Harmon. Live from JennaRoseHarmon.wixsite.com/Jenna Harmon Psychic Me.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Sessions
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, and welcome to the first ever Sacred Sessions with Jenna Harmon, Psychic Medium. I'm Jenna. Nice to meet you. I hope that you're well wherever you are. I know that it's evening in New York, so I hope you've had a wonderful day. And here in Sydney, Australia, it's actually Wednesday morning early. My name is Jenna Harmon, and I'm pretty good at poker, but I don't think I'm that good. But I do come from a very full house. I am a psychic medium. Sacred sessions, realistically, for me, would be a lovely way that we can connect on a soul level and have some time to connect and kind of check in with each other as well as check in with spirit, and also kind of get some positivity flowing and some forward thinking for the week ahead, I guess. My name's Jenna. I am a natural medium. I have had my gift since I was a child. The first thing I remember of my gifts was that I always had prophetic dreams. So even as a child, I remember having dreams, and I'd have these weird kind of out of sequence with life dreams where they wouldn't really feel like they were connected to my actual life at the time. But usually within a few days, they would show up to be completely on point. Actually, one time I specifically recall, I had a dream that I was in class and, of course, could not keep my mouth shut, which often was the case. And I remember my teacher was very cranky that day, and he actually dragged me up to the front of the class, and I got a ruler, which used to be the thing back in the 80s. I was showing my age there. Anyway, and I was mortified. I remember going, oh my goodness, I don't want that to happen. And so I was very vigilant for a few days. Now, I would have been about 8 or 9. Anyway, I remember sitting in class, and of course that fateful event took place, and I was at the front of the class getting the big ruler that my teacher used to use to put the lines on the chalkboard. And I remember being so cranky with myself because for days before I was like, remember, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet, don't get in trouble. So the first thing that came through was my prophetic dreams. And then at the age of 12, I'm going to skip forward because obviously it's a long story. But at the age of 12, I lost my father. And the night I lost my father, he passed away in a hospital. And I was not there. I was 12 years old. And so